to the council meeting of the Birmingham City Council. Today is August 23rd, 2022. We will have our invocation by Reverend Dr. Edward O. Jackson of the Greater New Antioch Baptist Church, followed by the Pledge of Allegiance with Councilor Clinton Woods. Will please stand and join us. Thank you. Good morning, Reverend.
Good morning. Let us pray. Gracious and kind God, how grateful we are to you for the privilege of seeing this new day. We pray today, O God, that as you have granted to us this privilege, help us to take advantage of every opportunity this day will afford us. We've come to this place today, O God, to lift before you these personalities who have been called to give leadership to this great city. We pray, O God, that you will bless them individually, bless them collectively, and all of their deliberations. We pray, O God, that they will temper their decisions with your word, that they will get wisdom, get understanding. We pray, O God, that you will bless the mayor of this city, that you will be with him and guide him in the directions that he leads us. Continue to bless all the people who live in this city. Bless us in this state, in this country in which we live. Don't ever leave us alone. We cannot make it in this world without you. Again, we thank you that you are our God, and we pray that you will continually be with us. It's in the name of Jesus, who is the Christ, the hero of heaven. It's in his name we lift this prayer. Amen.
Amen. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Thank you very much, and we thank you, Reverend Jackson, for that very thoughtful and thought-provoking prayer. Thank you. At this time, Madam Clerk, if you will call the roll.
Yes, ma'am. Good morning, councilors. Councilmember Abbott.
Present.
Councilmember Clark.
Present.
Councilmember Moore. Councilmember O'Quinn. Good morning. Good morning. Councilmember Tate.
Present.
Councilmember Williams. Good morning. Good morning. Councilmember Woods. Present. Council President Pro Tem Smitherman. Good morning. Good morning. And Council President Alexander.
Good morning. Thank you very much. At this time, councilors, I would like to entertain a motion and second for approval of the minutes from the previous meetings of April 5th, 2022 and April 12th, 2022.
So moved.
Second.
Let's see if everything is working well today. I started the vote. The vote is started. Okay. Councilor Abbott.
I'm down, but I'm a yes.
All right.
We're all down, I guess.
Thank you very much. Councilors, those minutes are approved from April 5th and April 12th, 2022. The minutes are not ready from April 19th to August 16th. Good morning, Mr. Mayor. Do we have any communications from the mayor? Oh, Sam.
Yes, ma'am.
Yes, good morning.
So you're done?
Good morning, Madam President. Good morning to the entire council, as well as to the public, those who are in the chamber, as well as those listening online. It's good to see everybody this morning. Madam President, I have two notes. The first note is something that I've been speaking with you all about, all 9 of you, as well as the Superintendent, Dr. Mark Sullivan, as well as the Birmingham School Board, led by the President, Jason Meadows, along with his colleagues, around third grade literacy. I think we all know what's at stake. I think we all know the law the state of Alabama created a few years ago that automatically holds third graders behind if they are not at a minimum grade level upon completion of the third grade. Thanks to a leader within our local delegation, Senator Smitherman, we know that post-coronavirus, that law has also been delayed again. I think it's important that as leaders, though, we don't get caught flat-footed next year for the fall 22, spring 23 school year as it relates to how do we engage, support our parents as well as those teachers. So in partnership led by the Division of Youth Services along with the Birmingham school system and other partners, that includes the City Council, we'll be engaging an extensive amount of K through third literacy through volunteers, etc. That's going to start with an actual town hall meeting coming soon. But before I do that, I just want the public to be aware of this Alabama Comprehensive Assessment Program that will make third graders repeat the third grade. During the 2021-2022 school year, 43% of Birmingham third graders and 41% of second graders were reading below grade level. I don't want that number to go over your head, so I think it's a shock value for me. It's worth repeating. 43%. This is last year's school year ending. 43% of third graders and 41% of second graders were reading below grade level. And as a community, we must rally together to support our students, our parents, as well as our teachers. So we're excited, I'm including you all, to be joining the Birmingham City Schools. That's led by Dr. Mark Sullivan. We will be hosting a town hall meeting next Tuesday. So a week from today, next Tuesday, August 30th. And the purpose of the town hall meeting is very simple and direct. It is to encourage community support of kindergarten to third grade literacy. The event will take place right across here at the Bowell Auditorium. That address is 1930 Reverend Abraham Woods Jr. Boulevard, and that meeting will start at 5:30 p.m. Main guests being second and third grade parents across this community. Parents of children who are K through third now, local literacy groups, current and retired educators, faith community and residents are all invited to learn how to support Birmingham children in achieving grade level literacy. I want to encourage the public to learn more about this. You don't have to wait till next Tuesday. For more information, please go to bhamyoufirst.org/page-pals. Okay, that's too long. But I'll say it again. I didn't make this email address, but it's cool. That's bhamyoufirst.org. bhamyoufirst.org/page-pals. PALS. One more note, Madam President and Council, before I take my seat. I would like to give a special shout out and show some love to a long-serving city employee. An employee that took me through my hiring process when I became a city employee many years ago. Her name is Vanessa Wilson. I want at this point to ask attorneys Nicole King, Keith Sheffield, and Lawrence Cooper, if Ms. King is here, but if Keith Sheffield and Lawrence Cooper are here in the chamber with me, please join me at the podium. On yesterday, Ms. Vanessa Wilson, who is the executive assistant. Oh, there she is. What's up? Good to see you.
I'm great.
Cool. On yesterday, my longtime friend it is, not long-term, long-time. My longtime friend, Ms. Vanessa Wilson, who was the executive assistant to Ms. Attorney King, made 30 years, everybody. 30 years of service to the city of Birmingham. So I thought it was just important, Madam President and Council, to pause and just say congratulations. To say thank you for serving the Attorney's Office and the people of Birmingham for just, a little 3 decades. It's nothing. And I just want you to know you're a valued part of our team and you're very special. So before you speak, I think Ms. Attorney King would like to say something.
I just want to thank Ms. Wilson, who has been my right hand, and you are just such a hard worker, diligent, and you know how important and special you are to me. So I just want to thank you for all your hard work and all your years of service.
Hi, City Council. What y'all don't know is that these are my babies. When I met them, they were coming out of law school, and now look where they are. You have the mayor, you have the city attorney, you have the chief magistrate, Arthur Teal, you have Caroline Douglas. They were all my babies, and I feel like I raised them. So it's been a great run, and I still got a few more years, but I'm just glad to have made 30. Thank y'all for keeping me this long.
Yes, ma'am. Madam President, City Council, that concludes the mayor's report. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, and I join you, and I'm sure all the councilors do, in congratulating Ms. Wilson on her tenure and many more years to come. Thank you very much. It's always a great thing when you onboard and you start new careers and you see them flourish. So I know that's a great feeling. Thank you. At this time, councilors, without objections, I'd like to suspend the rules for presentations, and we do have 2 today. The first is Council President Pro Tem Crystal Smitherman of District 6. She is recognizing the distinction of Dr. Adolphus Jackson as the first Black president of the Alabama Dental Association. Madam Pro Tem. Thank you.
Okay, I'm gonna follow directions. It says speak loudly and directly into the microphone. Okay. So, Dr. Jackson, always believe in honoring the first of many, because I think it's important that we know our history so we don't repeat it, and also to acknowledge the people who paved the path forward for young people like myself and other people as well. So just a little bit, I won't read all of this, but whereas it is the sense of this legislative body to recognize and pay tribute to those individuals within the medical field who distinguish themselves through professional excellence and who have made significant contributions to the quality of life for citizens in the city of Birmingham. In full accord with its long-standing traditions, the Council of the City of Birmingham is justly proud to honor Dr. Jackson on the occasion of being elected as the first Black president of the Alabama Dental Association. And whereas Dr. Jackson of Birmingham was elected by his colleagues as the 153rd president of the Alabama Dental Association on June 11, 2022, which was founded in 1869. He is the first African American to serve as president in his more than 150-year history. He is one of our own. He is a graduate of West End High School, which is in District 6. He went on to attend Fisk University and University of Alabama School of Dentistry, graduating in 1981. In 1988, after serving in the United States Naval Dental Corps, he returned to Birmingham and opened his practice, West Princeton Dental Clinic, in the West Princeton neighborhood, Councilor Clark's district, and remained true to his mission. He has traveled to many places, Venezuela, Africa, serving his patients not only in Birmingham but around the world. He is married to Mrs. Jackson. His greatest accomplishments are his 6 children. He is the ordained deacon at 6th Avenue Baptist Church. That's where Mayor Woodfin goes. Now, therefore, be it resolved that the Council of the City of Birmingham, with Mayor Randall L. Woodfin concurring, pauses in its deliberations to salute and honor Dr. Jackson in recognition of his distinguishment as the first Black president of the Alabama Dental Association, presented this 23rd day of August 2022 at the recommendation of Council President Pro Tem Crystal Smitherman. Congratulations.
Okay. Good morning.
Good morning.
To our honorable mayor of this magic city, Mayor Randall Woodfin, to the president, Wardine Alexander, and Pro Tem, my girl up here, Crystal Smitherman. It is just such an honor, and to the council members, it is an honor to stand here. I am truly a son of Birmingham. I have always believed in Birmingham and the fine education I received here, starting at Princeton Elementary School, later at Parker and West End High School, which prepared me to study at Fisk University, Nashville, Tennessee. I returned back home to attend the University of Alabama School of Dentistry to earn a Doctor of Medical Dentistry degree, as you heard earlier. Because Birmingham has always been home, has always been a place, a very special place in my heart, I opened West Princeton Dental Clinic in my neighborhood I grew up in to serve the community, which has been very dear to me. I have been fortunate to have patients from this community and the surrounding communities. I cannot forget the mentors who have started me on this service activity. They have been a guide to me, and I could not stand here and be the first African American president of Alabama Dental Association. It is because of this early education and foundation I received in Birmingham that I have been able to reach a pinnacle level of success and this crowning achievement. I would most like to say my home bringing from Wilbur and Roosevelt Jackson really started it all. But I'm reminded of something they have always instilled in the 11 kids they had. A quote from Shirley Chisholm once stated, "Service is the rent we pay for the privilege of living on this earth." Birmingham is still producing great leaders, and I am proud to call Birmingham my home. Thank you again for this honor.
Thank you, Dr. Jackson. We do have just a little housekeeping. Councilor Pro Tem will move the item.
Second.
All in favor, let it be known by saying aye.
Aye.
All opposed?
So move.
And now the resolution itself. That was first for unanimous consent, now the resolution.
Second.
Okay, second.
All in favor, let it be known by saying aye.
Aye.
All opposed?
Thank
Thank you. As they take the picture, I do want to reiterate and thank Dr. Jackson for his service, and it's so much to bring your skills and bring them home to benefit the community. To me, this is a very auspicious opportunity for your representation, because so often in the medical community, allied health community, we had to go out and create our own service organizations and our organizations to continue our path. So this is a great honor for him to be elected as the first African American to represent and be president. Thank you very much. Thank you. Next is Councilor Darrell O'Quinn, takes to the podium. He would like to present the founder of Polaris, Mrs. Alicia Levels Moore, on opening a new co-working space opening in Woodlawn. And if you all would join Dr. O'Quinn at the podium.
Good morning, everyone. I just want to pause in our deliberations this morning to recognize one of Birmingham's most exciting entrepreneurs, and who happens to be the better half of one of our colleagues here. The opening of her new business venture was this past Saturday. I was able to send my emissaries, AKA my wife and my mother-in-law, and they told me it was standing room only. The who's who of Birmingham was there, so congratulations So I'll just read a couple of excerpts of this resolution that was actually presented on Saturday, and tells a little bit about the business. So whereas Polaris is a new flexible co-working and event space that will bring together entrepreneurs, dynamic companies, and creators, the co-working space will accommodate business owners to work, meet, host workshops and conferences, and will feature a media room for content creation and podcast recording. In addition to a pop-up space for local business owners to test their retail concepts, Polaris will be a one-stop location for those who dare to dream big and for those who want to feel a sense of community. And whereas Polaris is located in the heart of Woodlawn, a thriving community in Birmingham that has been on the rise and has become home to several startups, retail shops, and more. The co-working and event space is open to those who need assistance when it comes to growing and scaling their business. This event space is also available for established entrepreneurs needing a conducive space that will inspire and motivate them as they focus on growing their business. Polaris will serve as a business incubator, providing access to business and performance coaching, podcast and media for audio and video production, and conference rooms. Now, therefore, it be resolved that the Council in the City of Birmingham, with Mayor Randall L. Woodfin concurring, pauses in its deliberations to commend Alicia Levels Moore on the grand opening of Polaris, fully confident that its success will be enjoyed by and benefit countless citizens for years to come. Thank you. So I move the resolution.
Second. All in favor, let it be known by saying aye.
Aye.
All opposed.
And now the item.
Second. All in favor, let it be known by saying aye.
Aye.
All opposed.
One thing that I did want to mention that's especially exciting about this venture is that Alicia has actually partnered with Danielle Hines, who we know from Creed. So Polaris and Creed and Danielle's new co-working space that will be located at the McCoy Center will be part of a network. So as you come to the mic and offer some comments, please tell us a little bit more about how you guys are collaborating.
Well, thank you so much, Councilor Quinn. Thank you, Council, Mayor Woodfin, and staff for just acknowledging Polaris and the work that we will and have begun to do in Birmingham, but more specifically in Woodlawn. But also in this moment, I want to take an opportunity to acknowledge all businesses in the city of Birmingham, all the businesses who are opening every day, who are trying, who are daring to risk putting it all on the line to add value to the city, to add value to the bottom line of the economy of this city. I think it's important for us to amplify, support financially, and to protect those businesses as they continue to add value to this city. I'm excited about where we're going as a city, and I think it's important for us to continue to acknowledge, support, and protect business owners. To your point, as I launched this business, I knew that I was not the only person in this space. I think that there's an opportunity to do a much better job at collaboration. Someone winning doesn't mean that you lose, and someone losing doesn't mean that you win. And so I think that it was important for Danielle and I to work together because we both truly have a heart for small business owners. And so what better way than to join forces and to provide something that we call passport membership. So what that provides is you pay one fee and you're able to move throughout Polaris, to move throughout Creed, and all these different areas. So if you're on the east side, if you're on the west side, if you're downtown, you have a place to work. So I'm excited to partner with her to provide more space for entrepreneurs, more resources, and more connectivity as we continue to push businesses forward to grow. So I just thank you all for the acknowledgement today. I'm excited about what Polaris would do. I'm excited about the partnership, and I'm appreciative of the acknowledgement. So thank you.
Well, we want to thank you, Mrs. Moore, and other entrepreneurs, and I'm just very proud for the women that are taking charge in our city. I know we had 2 great businesses to open this weekend in Woodlawn, so I'm a little jealous. Y'all getting things going on over there in Woodlawn. But I'm very excited, and I was most excited to learn of the association with Creed and this passport fee, or this passport opportunity to provide these services. Help me out here now. Is what you're offering more of an accelerator than an incubator, right? Or what kind of term
Yes,
do we
ma'am.
put to that?
Thank you for the clarity. So it's a flexible co-working and event space. So it's the same business model. So it's membership based. So you pay a membership and you're able to have access to the offices, conference rooms, podcasting, etc., as well as a discounted space for events, conferences, workshops, and all those different things. So it's the same business model.
Well, thank you.
Membership-based.
And
Yes,
again,
ma'am.
we're very excited for you to start this. I don't know if I didn't see any speakers listed, but we appreciate what you're doing for us. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
All right, thank you. Councilors, at this time, Madam Clerk, if you would read for us the consent agenda.
Yes, ma'am. The consent agenda will begin on page 2 with item 2. Then we'll go over to page 18 for item number 3. And then over to page 33 for item 6. Page 34, items 7, 8, and 9. Page 35, items 10, 11, and 12. Please note that item number 13 is being withdrawn at the recommendation of the administration. Then we'll go over to page 36, items 14, 15, and 16. Page 37, items 17, 18, 19, 20, 21, and 22. Page 38, items 23, 24, 25, and 27. And that completes the consent agenda. We do have 2 addendum items as well.
All right, thank you. And those are items 28 and 29. Councilors, are there any items that you would like to add or remove from the consent agenda?
Madam President,
Yes, ma'am, Ms. Adams.
I would like to remove item 8 on page 34, just so the public will know that we're getting these things. Give them a little heads up.
Okay.
These are our new garbage cans and new way of doing business.
Yes, this is item 8 on page 34. We're moving from consent. Any other items, councilors? All right. All items designated as consent are routine and non-controversial and will be approved by one motion. No separate discussion of these items will be permitted unless a council member, the mayor, or citizen interested in a public hearing so requests. If so, such items will revert to its normal place on the agenda order of business. All matters of permanent operation, and they're indicated with a P, will be read. All other matters will be announced by reading the item number only. All public hearings will be announced. At this time, councilors, can I entertain a motion and a second for approval of the consent agenda?
I move approval.
Second.
Susan, I'd like to, items on consent, I would like for them not to be done. I'd like to speak to them, all those that you are marked for consent. I want to pull them all off so that we can speak to them. Especially, I don't want to put down, but I want to do them all. I see some other items. Just got the agenda, haven't looked at it down. I'd like to pull them all off. Soon be your rules and regs.
If you'll allow me, you're asking for all the items that are considered consent to be pulled and read?
That is correct.
Counselor.
Only the matters, yes ma'am, Ms. Clerk, if you'll guide us.
The items that the public are allowed to speak to are those items that are designated as public hearing items. And The decision as far as removing items from the consent agenda falls under the purview of the City Council.
All right, thank you. With that particular ruling, then councilors and sir, all those items cannot be removed according to our ordinances and how we conduct the items that appear to us for consent. So I will go back to... Thank you, sir. At this time, we'll revert back to our meeting, and we have a motion and a second. Did we get a motion and a second? Yes. Okay, thank you. Madam Clerk, we'll call for the vote.
The vote has started.
All right, at this time, councilors, and I did overrule the request from the floor that was out of order. At this time, the consent agenda is approved. Did we get everybody?
Yeah. Just needed your vote, Council.
Okay, you need my vote. Thank you very much. The consent agenda is approved. If you were here to hear any items that were considered consent, they have been approved, and I hope you have a great day, and we'll continue with the rest of the agenda. Madam Clerk, if you will present the first item.
Yes, ma'am. The first item is item number 1 on page 2. An ordinance to further amend the zoning district map of the City of Birmingham, case number ZAC 2022-00008, to change zone district boundaries from CI1 Contingency Light Manufacturing District to QC2 Qualified General Commercial District, filed by David Hewitt of LBYD Engineers, applicant for properties located at 102 West Oxmoor Road and 12 Oxmoor Road, and situated in the southwest quarter of Section 22, Township 18 South, Range 3 West, and the hearing of all interested parties.
Move the item.
Second. All right, thank you. This is a public hearing, and I will turn it over to our Chair of Planning and Zoning, Councilor Abbott.
Thank you, Madam President. Mr. Gambrell, would you read our case for us, please?
Yes, ma'am. Tim Gambrell. I serve as Chief Planner for the City of Birmingham. This is case ZAC 2022-8 in the Oxmoor neighborhood, and it is a proposal for a multifamily apartment development with restaurants and retail. The subject property sits on approximately 36.3 acres of land, currently zoned CI1. That's Contingency Light Manufacturing District. Abutting the subject property to the north is Buffalo Rock Corporation, Zone CI1. To the south of the site is Westgate Storage, also Zone CI1. To the west are multiple parcels that are also zoned CI1. To the east is the Oxmoor Common Shopping Center, Zone C2, and the Homewood Athletic Complex that is outside of Birmingham city limits. The current zoning I1 light manufacturing district is designed to allow for light manufacturing office uses, potentially in business park settings, typically near major transportation routes, including interstate, state highway, railroad spur, airport facilities. Uses in the district include warehouse, distribution use, urban ag, supporting uses such as minor retail services to support the major use. No residential uses are allowed in this district. The applicant's proposal is to develop the vacant land into a 297-unit luxury multifamily apartment development with restaurants and retail shops. The city's long-range land use plan identifies the property as light manufacturing. The applicant's proposed site plan shows 601 parking spaces. The parking requirement for multifamily is 1 space per 1 bedroom, 1.5 spaces for 2 bedrooms or more. Therefore, the total parking space required is 326. The applicant's site plan shows a total of 601, and so they have 275 excess spaces. All landscaping must comply with requirements of the Oxmoor Steering Committee guidelines prior to permit issuance. A fully developed and detailed landscape plan will be required. Let's see. The Oxmoor Neighborhood Association met at its regular scheduled meeting on May 9, 2022 to review the proposed project. Voted to support the proposed rezoning request. That vote was 18 in support and 3 to not support. The neighborhood supports the request because adequate visual materials were displayed. Their questions were answered satisfactorily. This property is located within Southwest Framework Plan area. The plan was adopted in May 2017, and the committee established in 2017, but they've kind of had some stops and starts, and they haven't reviewed this case. The Zoning Advisory Committee met at a regular scheduled meeting on June 7, 2022, and voted to unanimously support the rezoning request and recommend it to the Planning and Zoning Committee. The Planning and Zoning Committee met at a regular scheduled meeting June 8, 2022, and likewise voted to unanimously recommend. And that concludes the report.
Thank you, Mr. Gambrell.
Thank you.
This is a public hearing. Are the applicants here? If you would come forward and provide us with any information that Mr. Gambrell did not cover. Do you have any pictures, anything to show us that's...
Good morning.
Good morning.
Mr. Mayor, members of council. My name is Eric Morrison with the Dobbins Group, 2914 Linden Avenue. Yeah, they can hold that. This is an initial site plan for the project. Here's West Oxmoor Road. To get your site bearings, this is the entrance to to Homewood Park, right across the street. So, as Mr. Gambrell said, we are proposing a multifamily project here on this site. It's a 40-acre site. As some of you may be aware, the Dobbins Group was a developer of the Estelle apartment project on Lakeshore Parkway. It's in the city of Birmingham, also District 7. It's right behind the Cookout at the west end of the Walmart and Sam's Club shopping center. That project was an extremely successful project. It was the fastest lease up in the state of Alabama's history. We completed that project about a year ago, so it was extremely successful. This project we consider to be in the same corridor. It is technically in the same neighborhood. So we saw the opportunity here to execute on this project and do a very similar type of program as we did at the Estelle, since we had so much success. And that program is a market rate, luxury type apartment complex with top amenities to cater to young professionals really working in the city of Birmingham. The business case for the Estelle that we plan to mostly replicate here is to provide a downtown type of product with downtown level of amenities, but a lower rent. Giving young professionals who may not be able to afford downtown rents a very similar type of opportunity to live in close proximity to downtown. Like I said, it was extremely successful at Estelle. Excuse me, the market dynamics continue to tell us that demand is here for more units in this corridor. So we are very excited for the opportunity to execute on this project and look to start construction in the second quarter of 2023. If you have any questions, I'd be more than happy to answer them.
Do you have anything else that you'd like to show us? I see a lot of boards there, like
sure.
what the apartments may look like.
Yeah, absolutely. So these are pictures from the Estelle on Lakeshore. It'll be a very similar type of product and unit mix. So we felt that this was pretty representative. We can show it to you. As you can see, grilling stations, fitness on demand, gym space, resort-style pool. We'll have dog parks, charging stations, dog spas. We're actually on this project. Bill, if you can pull out the larger site plan, we can show it, the one with the aerial. Yeah. Here's the property right here. As you can see, it's all green space. It's a 40-acre piece of property, and the multifamily by itself would only use roughly about 20 acres or so. So we have a real opportunity here to use the balance of the property in large part for things like hiking trails, other walking trails, potentially pickleball courts, multiple dog parks all around the community, and of course, maximum buffering between the apartments and the neighboring uses.
Okay, do you have anything else to show us? Well, I hate for you to have brought all that stuff and, you just take it back home with you and we don't know what it looks like, so.
That's a shot, obviously, from Oxmoor Road. Here's the front of the property currently. Of course, it would be vastly improved, all fresh landscaping, fencing, gated entryway, right-of-way improvements.
Okay, well, I won't keep bugging you about showing us all your. This is a public hearing, so we want to hear from the public, and then if any questions are brought up by the comments from the public, then we will get you to jump back up and.
Yes, ma'am.
And show us more boards. This is a public hearing. Are there any members of the public who would like to come and speak either for or against or neutral regarding this request. Please come forward, state your name. You have 3 minutes to comment.
Good morning.
Morning.
My name is Ronald Jackson. I'm here on behalf of the Birmingham Association of Black Contractors. Very nice project. It appears that you seem to have. Taking a look at the photographs, it looks like a very sizable project. How much money you think it's going to be?
Would you please direct your comments to the council?
Yes. If the council would ask the gentleman, please describe the size of the project, what they estimate the costs are in construction, professional services for building the construction of the project, and I have a follow-up question.
Okay, we'll ask it because we're not going to ask them to bounce back and forth between you and them. We'll ask the questions
Very good.
After.
Then I will speak and consume my time. Won't take it all, but I will consume my time. We used to have something called the Birmingham Plan, designed to provide construction affirmative action for black, especially contractors and the like. I'd like to know whether the gentleman has consulted Birmingham. I think, what is that, Mr. Bell Service? I've forgotten the name of what he calls it now. But you all have a construction affirmative action program that this organization over here on the south side supposedly monitors, tracks the items I mentioned, whether you're getting general contractors, subcontractors, professional services, all of which are separate and distinct, so that the city council, since you all have done, have you all adopted that affirmative action ordinance? I do not know, but if everybody wants to be silent,
Sir, this is a zoning case for this particular item, so if you could keep your questions to this case.
It is to this case because I want them to know, and I think they do, that they have an affirmative action obligation under the ordinances of the city of Birmingham.
Actually, they do not, because they're not asking for any public money. This is a private project, and they aren't asking us for anything, so we can't require them to do anything except follow the laws of Birmingham.
May I elucidate the president who was he's a former president of the city council? Go read your own ordinance again to refresh your memory. You've been here so long, you've forgotten.
Sir, I thank you very much. But
good. I'm not going to argue. I'm going to go, but I made my point.
You've asked the question. We've responded to your question. If we could continue, we've answered your question. And so I understand.
I hope you do.
Wanting to be sure that we follow our ordinances. I appreciate that.
Good. And we're going to make sure you do. Thank you.
Thank you. If we can continue, please.
Yes. Would the developers like to make any comments or answer the questions that were asked? I mean, certainly how much you expect the project to cost and who's going to be constructing it is interesting information, if you have it.
So right now the project from a hard cost standpoint would probably be in the range of about $50 to $60 million. We are not in the bidding stage. We are just in the schematic design stage, so these plans have not gone out for bid.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you. If there are no other speakers from the public, are there any questions from members of the council? Yes, Dr. O'Quinn?
Yeah, I just wanted to comment that I'm excited for this project. It's in an industrial district, and just because of the topography of the site, the amount of earth moving that would have to be invested into making an industrial site, doesn't make that feasible, would be my estimation. So I think this is good, both from a land use perspective and also putting, people closer to where they can potentially, access the hundreds of jobs in the immediate vicinity. I did have a comment more directed to the city of Birmingham staff, that West Oxmoor Road is, is in designed around the surrounding industrial complex, and it is not, pedestrian friendly in the least. And so as this project moves forward, and we anticipate, I think there's going to be almost 300 units there, so that's, likely going to be 450 people living there. There's a park immediately across West Oxmoor Road, and I'm just forecasting that the amount of people who are going to want to walk and bike in the area is going to increase. And so as this project moves forward, let's please consider how we can make West Oxmoor Road, more amenable to all road users.
Good, thank you. Anyone else? Yes.
Yes, Ms. Abbott, thank you
Madam
very much.
President.
As was stated in the zoning case, this property is in District 7. I did just want to reiterate, and I believe Mr. Gambriel did make this known as part of the discussion. This was highly supported by the Oxmoor Valley neighborhood. There was a vote 18-4 to support this. Great questions, Councilor Quinn, about as we move forward and we bring these type of properties and projects into the district. I know that we're currently working on, we've sort of resurrected the Southwest Framework Plan, which could address and move us forward in some of these items as we've gone from industrial in this area, and now we want to bring that growth of bringing families in. I know even for the current set of apartments can be a little challenging just trying to get that feel of walkability. As you said, we want to try to bring that same essence from downtown. So that is something we could look at in that Southwest Framework Plan as we start those, and we're ongoing. We meet every month. I think it's the fourth Monday at 6:30 p.m. So thank you very much, but that's just my comment. Thank you.
Thank you. Any other comments from any council members? I did want to ask a question. When I was young, and of course it's been alleged that I have been here quite a long time, I used to ride horses over in that area when there were not any industrial buildings, and there were a lot of small private cemeteries like buried in the woods. Since you've presumably purchased this property, are there any kind of surveys that y'all do to make sure that you're not going to run across any of those people who are no longer with us but who are on the property nonetheless? Because I remember running across at least 3 or 4 little private cemeteries over there.
Yes, ma'am. We do what's called a Phase 1 environmental report as well as a geotech. We've done both, and neither report has uncovered anything of that nature.
Well, that's good. That's good. But I just recall them, and when you're young and you're wandering around in the woods and you find cemeteries, it's quite memorable. So, Madam President, I believe we're ready to vote.
All right, thank you very much.
Thank you.
Councilors, at this time, we are ready for the vote, and as we are preparing for the vote, I'm going to echo Mrs. Abbott. We still have those horses in District 7.
I'm glad you still got some.
And I did encounter, you're very right about some of the small cemeteries. Just when canvassing the district, I was about to advertise and came upon one of those actual settings.
Yeah.
So thank you. All right, we're ready for the vote.
All right.
Had horses too?
It was fun.
The vote has started. Councilor Williams.
All right, thank you very much. Item number 1 passes. We look forward to this new project and bringing these new residents into District 7. Thank you very much. And the revenue and everything, the construction, and that's going to be generated. Thank you very much. Next item, Madam Clerk.
The next item is on page 33, item number 4. An ordinance authorizing the mayor to execute a reimbursement agreement for relocation of utility facilities on private or public right-of-way work to be done by the state contractor between the Birmingham Waterworks Board and the City of Birmingham for certain highway improvements by the city for project number CMAQ-3715262 related to streetscape improvements along 2nd Avenue South from 24th Street South to 32nd Street South, 29th Street South from 2nd Avenue South to 3rd Avenue South, Birmingham. Reimbursement to the Birmingham Waterworks Board for the total cost for relocation, including betterment costs, shall not exceed $22,753. This is an item of permanent operation, so we need UC first.
All right, and may I ask, can we take both items together, or do I need to call for them separately? Item 5 is the company piece.
You can go on and do your
All right, if you go ahead and read item 5, thank you.
Okay, the item number 5 is an ordinance authorizing the mayor to execute a reimbursement agreement for relocation of utility facilities on private or public right-of-way work to be done by the state contractor between the Jefferson County Environmental Services Department, Jefferson County, Alabama, and the City of Birmingham for certain highway improvements by the city for project number CMAQ-3715262 related to streetscape improvements along 2nd Avenue South from 24th Street South to 32nd Street South, 29th Street South from 2nd Avenue South to 3rd Avenue South, Birmingham. Reimbursement to the Jefferson County Environmental Services Department for the total cost for relocation, including betterment costs, should not exceed $9,177. And this is also a permanent item of permanent operation, so we need UC to take up the items.
All right, councilors, we could get a motion.
Second. All in favor, let it be known by saying aye.
Aye.
All opposed. Now, you can either do a motion on both or motion on separate.
Yes, can we entertain a motion a second? Second. All right, thank you. Councilors, both of these items were presented to us during the Committee of the Whole, and this is a request for agreement of relocation of utility facilities on private or public right-of-way work. And I do believe this was recommended to us by the mayor. Mayor Whiffen, do we need any more discussion or have anyone to talk to these two items?
No, ma'am, unless...
Councilors, any questions? Again, we did have these presented to us to the Committee of the Whole. We're ready.
Now, the public hearing.
No. All right, thank you. At this time,
All right.
we will entertain the vote.
The motion, the vote has started.
The P is permanent operation, not public hearing. If you're looking at the agenda, thank you, sir. All right, thank you.
And the vote should be up.
All right, thank you, councilors. Items 4 and 5 pass. Next item.
Okay, the next item will be item number 8 on page 34. A resolution pursuant to section 11-40-1 at SEC and section 41-16-51A16 Code of Alabama 1975, authorizing the mayor to execute and deliver an agreement with Toter LLC in an amount not to exceed $6,030,000 for the provision of 100,000 Toter 96-gallon EVR2 universal nestable carts and accessory parts, and up to $526,002.25 for the provisions of assembly, distribution, and related services for a total amount not to exceed up to $6,556,002.25 to provide goods and services which are being purchased in accordance with the terms of the Sourcewell contract number 041521-TOT.
Thank you. Do we have a motion?
I move approval.
Second. All right, thank you very much. Councilor Abbott, you pulled this item from consent.
Yeah, I did, and it was mainly because I wanted the public to know that we'll be giving them a new waste receptacle for their garbage. And if the mayor has some professional here who wants to talk about it, that would be great. There was a great deal of interest last night at the Crestwood South neighborhood meeting in this new.
I can talk about it, Madam President, to the dean's question. She is our dean. I say that with love and affection. Seriously.
Thank you, Mayor.
Let's. I'm going to take a page out of Madam Pro Tem's book, Madam President, which is to go ahead and rule out some rumors, since we had one of our guests playing musical chairs.
Thank you.
We're not privatizing garbage. So I want to repeat that. We are not privatizing garbage. Get that out your head. It's a lie. It's not true. It's false. Stop the rumors, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. We are not privatizing garbage. Second point, we are providing the 96-gallon bin. This council, when we had a surplus, approved the purchase of these bins, 100,000 of them for every single household, and of course, those apartments based on number of sides in one complex. That's the second point. Third, our employees will remain our employees. Period. But I want to go global now that I've gotten the crazy talk out the way. We have been very kind as a mayor and a council, as a city government, related to how we engage trash collection. Many other cities, smaller and or similar size, whether in Jefferson County or across the state or many other parts of America, levy a cost to their citizens related to how they engage trash collection. The other way we've been overly kind is that a minimum of 6 days a week we pick up trash, and we don't necessarily have teeth in the ordinance, so anything that's out there we pick up. So our citizens could put anything out there, and things are out there minimum of 6 days a week, then trash is always on our streets, and it goes to the ability of our city not being clean. It goes to those who like to do illegal things such as illegal dumping or littering. They can blend in. We believe moving to a uniform trash bin, as well as converging through the PIC committee and through the legal department other ordinances to strengthen how we engage and just things in our city overall related to trash, etc. This is a very necessary step in keeping our city clean and being more efficient in how we pick up garbage. I want to remind the public that the way we pick up garbage currently is very outdated. We lend ourselves to, separate from all the issues that the coronavirus produced as it relates to short staff, that asking men and women in 2022 to get off an actual garbage truck and pick up something that pulls their back or pulls something else and then they're out of service has a ripple. Not only related to what it does for HR, legal, workers' comp, etc., but for that individual who has to take care of their family. So that's outdated. This allows us to engage our refuge and garbage in a more efficient way. I know this council is excited. I look forward to that convergence through your PIC committee and this council, as well as legal, creating laws that support this initial step of uniform trash bans for our city. This is a very progressive step forward, Madam President.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Are there?
So I had one question I wanted to ask the mayor. Someone asked me last night, because each of these waste receptacles will have a GPS chip in it, so if someone appropriates it, it can be found. And the resident asked me if we're going to know which chip belongs at which house. Like, will you be assigned your waste receptacle?
The notifications that will, the system chip, whatever term we want to use related to placed on each trash bin, allows us to have notification of where that trash bin is, et cetera. So the short answer is yes.
Okay, but if one disappears and you find it, you find one in Inslee that belongs on the south side, will you know it came from my house?
Yes, it is an identification chip. So no different than your phone.
So they will be assigned by household?
Yes.
Okay, good. Well, that was what the question was, and I wanted to be able to answer it truthfully,
yes.
And I didn't know.
No, ma'am. Madam Abbott, that's fair. Madam President, and to your colleagues. To Ms. Abbott's point, a couple things. This is a system, right? We have, what, is it 26 or 28 routes? How many routes we have? We have 26 routes across our city. So this is a new model for us. We can't deploy 100,000 at one time, and you can't jolt the system and put that on every route at the same time. This has to be phased in. And so upon your vote, which, thank you, we're grateful for, I think those first 25,000 bins should be here within 6 to 8 weeks that we can deploy. Our trucks have to work as well, because all of a sudden when you move to a uniform trash bin, you need a lift as well, or whatever the term is. And so to your question, the answer is yes. The company that is doing this will be deploying them. That chip helps. There will be no second bin that is free. We can't do that. We believe the size of this bin works for all households. I won't say the average. It should work for all households. It's pretty big. And I think there's one more point, but I lost my train of thought, so I'll pass it back to you.
You'll be happy to hear that at the meeting last night, there were people who were on the original test, and they said they never filled, even with 5 people in their family and formerly 6 people in their family, they never filled their 96-gallon garbage bin full. So that was good that a family of 6 would not fill it up in a week. I thought that was good information. So
it's football season. We'll see.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Christmas.
Dr. O'Quinn?
Yeah, so I've got a question about our trucks. So are our trucks currently equipped to, for the operator, the driver to operate the arm that lifts the trucks and lifts the cans, the carts rather, and empties them? Or is that something that we're going to have to be working to put in place?
So, Madam President, to Dr. O'Quinn's question, the answer is both. We've retrofitted a couple of our trucks. So as you know, we have the pilot program that you all approved a few years back. Those will still be in play at the exact same time. New trucks have been ordered. They'll be in sometime probably first quarter 20. Actually, I need to correct myself. They'll be in before this year is out. So both will be in play related to the new bins on our routes and homes.
Okay, and since this doesn't include recycling bins for these neighborhoods where these are deployed, I assume curbside recycling collection will still occur every other Wednesday? Or?
That's correct.
Okay.
Yes, sir.
All right, got it.
Thank you. Councilor Pro Tem?
Yes, so some of the ordinances we've been working on is we found out we don't have an ordinance where you actually have to put trash in a trash can. That's very interesting that we didn't have one. So we're working on that, but I wanted the public to know we're doing an educational campaign, so we've been talking about it for a while. So we're going to make sure you guys know the ordinances, know the laws before we enforce it. I know code enforcement is one of the top issues. I think all 10 of us get it. So we're working on that. We're working on apartments. I know Councilor Clark has a little bit issue of that with their trash collection. And then we're also, I forgot the other one we're working on, but we're working on different ways to improve that with trash collection, because a lot of times, and I think someone confused bulk trash with illegal dumping, because some things you may think are bulk trash are illegal dumping, and then sometimes people put out trash where they're not supposed to. And I saw out in my district, a lot of people just didn't know. I like to give our residents grace. But I'm really excited about this. Thank you for the council. We've been working on this for a minute. Thank you, Mayor Woodfin, for keeping your promise for this. And I want to publicly thank you, because that was one of my first projects, was us doing a recycling pilot program throughout the city. I know a lot of us are very passionate about recycling, so that's something that's coming forward. But I think this is great for our city. A lot of people can't afford those trash cans, and this will be able to give you an opportunity, like Councilor Abbott said, if you have a big family, you'll be able to put all your trash in there, and that way those trash bins won't get knocked over by dogs. We've seen that, and dogs drag all the trash out the street. So I think this is very positive, you guys, and I think this is great. So thank you again, Mayor Woodfin, Jazz, and Kevin.
Thank you very much. Councilor Clark?
Yeah, thank you, Madam President. This is pretty exciting, Mayor, and just wondering if you can venture a guess. I know we had earlier thought these might be rolling out in August, but we've got all these supply chain issues. Is there any projection as to when they may start to roll out and actually be distributed to households?
We literally should get the first batch in upon voting and signing the contract, ideally in 6 to 8 weeks to get them. Of course, we have to tag them. They'll be tagged COB, right? So we have to tag them, City of Birmingham, etc. But I would imagine those first 25,000 should be deployed before 2022 ends. Yes, ma'am.
Thank you. And I just want to say that I did receive some questions from residents. I know you had a neighborhood meeting last night, but I received some questions from residents, and they were just in general, the questions centered around some of the same things that were discussed in Councilor Abbott's meeting. Just how many per household, what happens if something happens to my can or I need the second can. And I went back and looked and kind of did the math. I believe for this 96-gallon receptacle, it says up to 6 regular house trash bags and more. So, you know, if you think about how many trash bags you may generate in the 2 pickups per week, now we know we could fill a trash can that we get that 1 pickup. You want to read on that?
So, Madam President, to your point and to all your colleagues' points, we agree with Madam Pro Tem. This will definitely require, just even isolated to this topic, require education and communication to our citizens citywide. That ordinance is important. 1 bin per household. No charge to the citizen. If a citizen would like a second bin, which we think today that may not need it, but who's to say? A second bin will be a cost. Related to anyone worried about someone stealing their bin, which would be kind of weird since everyone has one. There is a device that allows us to do some investigations and track down, find where it is.
Thank you, Mayor. And yes, and Councilor Quinn first, and then you, Councilor Pro Tem.
Yeah, I just wanted to, as we're talking about this, so a 96-gallon cart full of trash can be pretty unwieldy. So I wanted to address that concern and remind folks that Public Works has a program that you can apply for that, you know, if you have a physical challenge and physically can't, you know, roll a heavy 96-gallon cart down to the curb, you can apply to have Public Works come and provide that service for your household. So just want to, at the outset, remind folks that that service has been available, currently available, will be available. So that's, you know, an issue that we have a means of addressing.
Thank you. Councilor Pro Tem? That was going to be it. And I'm glad you mentioned that because we do have, that was sort of mentioned yesterday, and I must say, when I moved into my home that my mother lived in, they would come and get her garbage can and actually pull it out. So I kind of used that for a week or two, and then they realized, hey, the young lady's in here now, so she can roll it out on her own. But go ahead.
And I think, Mr. Mayor, one other thing that we need to make sure we communicate when we get these new cans is that they are not for your yard waste and concrete blocks that got broken and all these kind of things, because that lift can only lift so much weight. And if you throw all your other stuff in there too, then we could end up with a problem.
Yeah,
and if you think people don't steal garbage cans, come to my neighborhood, because people will actually complain to me and want me to go find their stolen garbage can. And I don't have, a chip reader.
Yes, that would be, well, now that there are chip readers in this very expensive purchase that this council is voting on today, it would be ill-advised, since we can actually track bins to steal one. Just want to encourage folks, you're getting one as well. I think your other point, though, the education piece. So we're technically, everybody, reorienting adult behavior in this community around how they engage their own household trash, which is not easy, because people have been engaging their trash for a certain amount of time. Their behavior is set. We've talked about this for quite some time. I know I've talked about this with several of you all. Part of this campaign has to be that next generation where, every time I go into a school, what do I do as mayor? How does the job work? And I ask young people who parent makes them take the trash out. Everybody always raised their hand. So how do we engage the next generation on how they engage household garbage, refuge as well, will be very helpful to reorienting adult behavior.
Thank you, Mayor Whippen. At this time, we're ready for the vote.
Councilor Abbott, could I get 1 minute?
No, sir. We're in the middle of a vote. Thank you.
I thought it was okay.
Yes, sir.
The vote has started. Council President.
All right, thank you. That item passes. Next item.
The next item, as we mentioned earlier, item number 13 was withdrawn. So then we go over to page 38 to item number 26. And item number 26 is a resolution setting a public hearing September 20th, 2022 to consider the adoption of an ordinance to amend the zoning district map of the city of Birmingham, case number ZAC 2022-00009, to change zone district boundaries from MUD mixed use downtown district to D4 medium density residential district, filed by Becky Carpenter with Corporate Realty Development applicant, representing the owner, Northside Redevelopment LLC, for property located at 1710 26th Street North and situated in the southwest quarter of Section 24, Township 17, South Range 3, West Birmingham.
All right, councilors, this was the first reading. This is the first reading. Madam Clerk, this is the first
Yes.
reading. So did we need unanimous consent, or we can go ahead?
No, ma'am,
with
we're
the item?
good.
Okay. All right, councilors, this is a resolution setting a public hearing. I apologize, I wasn't paying attention to the item. We're just setting a public hearing for September 20th, 2022. Do I have a motion and second to set this public hearing?
We got it.
You already got it?
Yes, ma'am.
All right. Any questions? We don't have any. We'll go for the vote. I apologize.
The vote has started.
Hey, Wardine, you're normal.
Thank you.
Please note my abstention. Thank you.
Councilor Abbott and Councilor Tate. Okay, we're good.
All right. Thank you, councilors. We've set that public hearing for September 30th, 2022. Next item, Madam Clerk.
The next items are on the addendum. Item 28 It's an ordinance to further amend the general fund budget for the fiscal year ending June 30th, 2023 by appropriating $5 million to World Games. Said funding source is fund balance reserve.
Move the item.
All right. Councilors, there is an ordinance before us to further amend the general fund. And can we take 29 with it at the same time?
Yes, ma'am.
Yes, would you read that one?
Okay, item 29 is a resolution authorizing the mayor to execute an agreement with the TWG 2021 Birmingham Foundation, under which the foundation shall provide TWG 2022 the data and professional consulting services to the city in its areas of expertise to better assist the city in hosting future large-scale international sports and other entertainment events for a term commencing upon the effective date of the agreement and terminating on or before December 30th, 2022, and the city shall pay the TWG 2021 Birmingham Foundation a total sum of $5 million.
All right, councilors, we're bringing both of these items together, so if I could get a second and a motion so that we can open discussion on these two items.
Second.
All right, thank you. At this time, Mr. Mayor, you're presenting us with this resolution. Could you give us some more discussion on it, please?
Yes, ma'am, Madam President. I believe in the hallway we have the chairman of the board of the organizing committee, Jonathan Porter, along with the CEO, Nick Sellers, as well as others that are the part of the executive team, who will now come in and give and share some words with this body, and then we'll turn it back over to the council, Madam President, to have any questions you may have.
Thank you very much. If we could have the presenters to please come to the podium. I believe you have a presentation that you want to provide to us. Good morning, Mr. Porter. If you would just introduce everyone who's with you, and then we'll let you allow with your presentation.
Okay. Good morning to the council, mayor. My name is Jonathan Porter. I serve as chairman of the Birmingham World Games Organizing Committee. Who's joining me today? You have Mr. Nick Sellers, CEO of the World Games, Jay Caston, Chief Operating Officer of the World Games, Kathy Boswell, our Vice President of Community Engagement, and Mr. Josh Bryant, who serves as our CFO. On behalf of the Board of Directors, I want to thank each and every one of you for all that you've done to help us deliver the World Games 2022. It was truly a massive effort, especially through a worldwide pandemic, a war on Ukraine, and a challenging economy with increased inflation and supply chain issues. The Games brought together more regional cooperation than any other event in recent history. This major international event enhanced the image of the city of Birmingham, Jefferson County, and the state of Alabama. This event promoted economic development and helped recruit more events, businesses, and infrastructure improved to enhance the quality of life of the citizens in this community. You will hear more from our COO, Jay Caston, about the real lessons learned and the expertise that was developed to help support the city of Birmingham for future national and international events. But before you hear from them, I'd like for our Vice President of Community Engagement, Kathy Boswell, to provide just a little context into how our community came together. Then our CEO, Nick Sellers, will close out with a short presentation. I'll now turn it over to Kathy Boswell.
Thank you.
Good morning.
Good morning, Ms. Boswell.
Good morning, everybody. I'm very excited to be able to share some of the highlights of the community engagements initiatives with you all this morning. But first of all, before I start out with anything, what I have to do is to tell you all thank you to the mayor, to the councilor, to this city, because they really, really stepped up to not only be a part of the games and attend the events, but many of them actually contributed long before the games actually ever started. So I do have to give a few little shout outs, especially to CAB officers Jimmy Coleman, Adrian Reynolds, and Ellen Spencer. They actually served on the Community and Volunteer Engagement Committee for over a year, supporting the planning and community and volunteer program. Also, too, Alice Williams was a member of our community engagement program, and she actually served as one of our volunteer leaders over our volunteer headquarters. And I can tell you, on the day, I think it was the 7th and the 8th, we got over 600 people that actually came into the volunteer HQ. It was a madhouse, and all I can say is I could not have done it without Alice and also the resource officers that came to serve, which is another big thank you to you all, because one of the things that you did allow during the games is for your staff to be able to come out and serve around at the venues and serve as volunteers. That was an incredible asset because they already had a lot of insight about the venues in which they served, but they also understood the expectation that this was really a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity for this city, so they came to really be good representatives and ambassadors. But many of the other legacy successes for the community engagement program is our education program. We created a digital toolkit that was downloaded by 118 schools, 15 states, and 8 countries, and it allowed also 98 cities, which included here in Alabama and around the U.S. We also had the legacy gift within the community of 4 murals, which left a real legacy of a message that it's the right time to be one, it's the right time to believe in Birmingham, it's the right time to rise above, and it's the right time to love one another. We also discovered some talent. We had 130 people from the community that were a part of our TWG talent search. It was some interesting talent too. I just won't go into that. But 19 inclusive people were selected to perform within the plaza, and one of those individuals is one of my dear friends, which is Sam with the Exceptional Foundation, and he was able to perform in the plaza singing Somewhere Over the Rainbow. It also discovered a young lady called Miss Miles, who has a music school called Pianistry, which is absolutely fantastic, and she got a chance to perform as well. We had a poster contest. 170 students from across the state made submissions, but we had 2 winners come out of Ramsey High School, Renee Green and Macy Shepard, and then another, Macy Davis, from the School of Fine Arts. But above that, we also hosted a reading initiative. 96 volunteers read to 89 classrooms and distributed 1,668 books. And we can't forget sustainability. We planted over 140 trees across in the East Thomas community, and I want to thank Councilor Tate for coming to that particular event with Ms. Thomasine. And also, too, we planted around Legion Field, which was absolutely wonderful. The signage, though, which is very interesting, we actually took our surplus of T-shirts, and we have turned those into boxer shorts for some of the homeless. We also actually turned them into pillowcases and made dresses for young girls. And so that has been really wonderful to discover a lot of the talent and resources we have right here within our community. But 3 programs will really provide a lot of leverage and opportunity going forward from the games that really help us and leave, I think, the city with resources and information that help us really serve in a real strong consultant capacity. And that is the World of Opportunity program. We have over 1,100 profiles of a database of profiles of businesses that are located within a 75-mile radius of Birmingham. But also, too, we have 1,800 who have not completed their profiles. This is really critical because what we found is a lot of businesses, people don't know what to do when they do get in, and they don't know about certain information that's there. So there are opportunities to be able to see where we can actually leverage up and really teach small businesses with more information, such as what BBRC was doing. But also, too, it lets us know where the gaps are in the industries within the city. It allows us to really be able to find where opportunities for small businesses really do exist. Also, too, the YES program. We discovered 19 young people who were part of a 5-week leadership program that they became CEOs of their companies and were able to sell their markets and goods within the plaza. And one young man actually refurbishes tennis shoes and was able to sell vintage shoes. But last but not least, we have a database of a volunteer program where over 5,000 people applied and wanted to raise their hand to serve. Over 3,500 served during the games, over 14,000 shifts. And because of the reason they did it was because they wanted to showcase the world, the new Birmingham. Lastly, Our community provided we learned some heightened awareness and allowed to present some heightened awareness around human trafficking. 30 arrests were actually made during the games. We also learned a lot about disability and inclusion. There are areas where we really do have to improve on the experiences of those with disabilities, and that was really an eye-opening, and we do have some best practices and opportunities there. And also, too, I think one of the best lessons that we learned is it even heightened our awareness of homelessness. The last thing I want to say is this, is that the seeds were planted for good and hope and possibility, and that can't be valued or measured because they will be exponential to change the minds and hearts of people. The games left a lot of good around us and in us. The key is looking for it, and most of all, holding on to it and then building upon it. So now what I'll do is I will actually let Jay, our CEO, come and talk to you all about some of the best practices and things that really were very critical takeaways.
Thank you, Kathy. Good morning, everybody.
Good morning.
Same as Kathy. Thank you all for the support you guys have always given and continue to give, and really could not have done this without any of you, Mayor and your staff. This was incredibly a huge team effort, obviously. We have many learnings that helped our region and state to produce first-class games and ensure energetic atmosphere for the 34 sports over 24 venues over 10 days. We were not given best practices nor a how-to guide. We now know, though, what it takes and what it costs to put on a world-class international sporting event in our community. Some examples that we take some learnings from, and obviously there's a much longer list, are from our venues. We've learned how to convert existing venues and historic venues into that are typically non-sporting venues, such as Avondale Park and Sauce Furnaces, and turn them into first-class landmarks that people want to go to see events. We learn what infrastructure is required, what it takes to put it in, staffing that's required. Of that staffing, what do we have here from local companies and what do we not have, to go back to Kathy's point about the world of opportunity? How do we uniformly brand our community and city to come together as one? Security. This was the first ever Tier 1 rated event in the state of Alabama. I want to recognize Chief Mitchell and Chief Moore here for the efforts that they put in from Unified Command, and I think they can attest to the regional cooperation that came together with that from not only the city and the county, from the state and many other municipalities to ensure that we put on a first-class, safe event that we really had no major events occur, which I think we can all be grateful for. Transportation. We put in a public transportation system, again, with the assistance of the city, called Ride the Line, where we use dispersed parking across our community. Rather than just one park and ride, we were able to utilize many neighborhoods and many parking assets across our community. We've never done that before. That's another template that we can have moving forward. But we also did a spoken wheel type transportation systems with our athletes and our media. There's many other transportation lines that many people don't notice and you didn't hear anything about, and that's a good thing because that means it went well. Medical. During this time, we had spiking COVID cases. University of Alabama, Birmingham, to Birmingham Fire and Rescue, Andrews Sports Medicine, Jefferson County Health Department, all came together to ensure that we had what we needed from a protocol standpoint and did what we had to ensure safety during these mid-July, hot as could be days, and we really, again, had minimal issues because of the teamwork. Housing of 3,600 athletes, thousands of international sport dignitaries, and ensuring that we had the language services in place. All of these are templates that we have, and we feel like we have best practices moving forward that we can ensure improved events moving forward. Food and beverage operations. I don't know, we had the FDA in our back pocket riding shotgun with us the whole time. We learned a ton about food safety and food operations to get out to all these people, volunteers, athletes, VIPs, everybody. My point is the regional partnerships and collaboration that took place need to be continued to be built upon, and this will pay dividends for our community for years to come. With so many learnings and benchmarks, we believe we have a great deal of knowledge transfer that should be used to ensure the better fan experience and more efficient operations for all of the future Birmingham events going forward. So, with that, I will pass it over to our CEO, Nick Sellers, and just again want to thank you all.
Thank you. Mr. Sellers, good morning.
Good morning. Good morning, President Alexander. Good morning, Council, Mayor, and team. Thank you for this opportunity to be before you today. We're very proud of our team, proud of what this city and this region accomplished. Proud of what we collectively delivered. All along, we stressed two major goals for World Games 2022: to enhance the image of our region around the world, and second, to utilize the World Games to promote economic development for the future. The Economic Development Partnership of Alabama and the Birmingham Business Alliance have offered some significant information to Mayor Woodfin and to our team just this past week. Among other items, consul generals and ambassadors from over 18 countries, including leaders from 3 of the top 5 countries for direct investment to the state of Alabama, were present. Leaders from 6 of the top 5 export markets for Alabama. Last year, Alabama companies exported more than $9 billion of products to these countries. Leaders from 2 other countries that present near-term tech transfer opportunities. 7 nationally recognized site selection consultants, and 14 executives from 8 major global corporations. An interesting note, there's at least 3 near-term business opportunities for this area discovered as a result of the contacts made during the World Games. The Alabama Experience, I hope all of you had a chance to go through it, an interactive expo to showcase careers and training opportunities. More than 12,000 visitors came through ALEX. Highlighting career interests, we now know 37% were interested in careers in health services, almost 40% in information technology, and 26% in advanced manufacturing. We were able to share information about current job openings, pay ranges, training options, and cost of living where these jobs are located right now in this region with visitors and guests. We expect an economic impact analysis from the city very soon, and we understand early indications are promising even with the less than hoped for international guests. We've had hundreds of millions of positive impressions from our city and state around the world. Broadcast in over 60 countries, globally streamed on the Olympic Channel, and nationally broadcast on CBS and CBS Sports. The full-color imagery of our city and region as a new medical capital of the South with our own unique flavor, and a region that is embracing who we are and our diversity, are new images that will stand in stark contrast to the old Birmingham images of the past. It's hard to put a price on what that will mean for our future. But as a point of reference, according to a recent national news article, no city in the modern era has ever profited from hosting a Summer Olympic Games since the 1984 Olympics. And every previous World Games since the inaugural in 1981 were funded almost exclusively by the host country's national and local governments. There was no playbook for producing the world's first major international multi-sport event coming out of a global pandemic. But now we have one, and it will make us better. Our corporate community stepped up with over $27 million in sponsorships. We are asking them to do more. And according to the former president of the International World Games Association, these World Games 2022 had more sponsorships and private funding than all of the previous 10 World Games combined over the last 40 years. There's little doubt that this event, on balance, will stand as a very positive moment and pay dividends well into the future. This was our first foray into hosting a major international sporting event. We all know that. The president of the International Olympic Committee, Thomas Bach, flew to Birmingham and raved about our city and its potential. We're now on the radar of international sports around the world. We know these events do not happen without public-private partnerships. They are investments, and the returns happen in the days and months and years to come. This additional investment that we're requesting will provide ongoing value as the organizing committee shares all of the data, the information, and best practices that you've heard about today. From operations and logistics to transportation and security, this organizing committee will provide ongoing support, learnings, and data transfer to the city to help prepare for other major events, such as the 2025 World Police and Fire Games, future national and international events that will help us all continue to get better. Councilor Tate, I know we talked at length about that and ways that we can improve upon this and learn and get better as a community. I want to thank you for your time, for this opportunity to speak to you. We'll be available now, Council President Alexander, for any questions.
Thank you very much, Mr. Sellers. And councilors, we appreciate the presentation by Mr. Sellers and his group. At this time, councilors, we do have a motion on the floor, and I will open up for questions and discussion. If we don't have any requests to speak, are there any questions? Councilor Abbott?
Yes. And I want to be very careful with what I say because the World Games were fantastic. I thought that everyone did a wonderful job, and it is so sad to me that this dark cloud has come over and rained on our parade when we were joyous at first, and then our joy was diminished a little bit when we found out we were $15 million in the hole. And I guess my biggest concern is the fact that the city council, unless people knew something I didn't know, was not informed that there were any problems until, after it was all over. We received no heads up, no, things may not be quite as good as we thought. We didn't receive any information. And, the thing that came to my mind was, what did you know and when did you know it? Because two sponsors who didn't provide the commitment didn't add up to $15 million. And if we'd had 100,000 tickets sold at $35 a piece, it would be $3.5 million. So somebody knew ahead of time that we didn't raise enough money to put the World Games on, but the body that has to approve the excess spending is us. And we were left in the darkest of dark. And I guess of all the things about this, the whole situation makes me sad because the World Games themselves were wonderful. We had a great time. But I guess now that the, cat is out of the bag, we certainly can't go back and inform the council in retrospect. But, the other concern is the fact that state law doesn't allow us to pay for things after they're over. And I want to know what the deliverable is. I've read this document that we're going to pay $5 million for, and I want to know, are we going to receive something that we can actually pick up and read, or are these promises to come attend a meeting and train someone if we ever ask you to? Because $5 million is a lot of money to pay for what's in here. So I guess that would be my question that I would like someone to answer is, what are we actually going to get? Because within 2 weeks, we're going to pay $5 million. So we're in a big hurry to get this money out the door. And once the money's out the door, we're not getting it back. If we don't get these services, it will be our tough luck. So I would just like someone to speak to what we are actually going to receive as a result of this. After everybody disperses, I assume everybody's going back to their real jobs, or if they had them, or else they're going to go find a new job. So are they all going to come back to provide these services? So I would just like anyone to speak to that.
Thank you, Ms. Abbott.
I can state what the services in the agreement provide. Some of those services, and this is not all inclusive, but they provide services regarding sponsorship, corporate donor database information, volunteer database information, World of Opportunity database information, training on security protocols, training on international and large-scale event management, expertise regarding logistics, technology, transportation, inventory management, as well as security operations, to name a few.
Okay, so I read that list. What are we going to receive? Like, will the counselors be able to read all this or see it? Or how does it manifest itself?
There will be form of reports that will be given pursuant to the agreement.
Okay, and so I am one council member and I want to receive all of it. So I just want to say that ahead of time, because I deeply resent being left in the dark. And some citizen said, well, you should have known. Well, exactly how should I have known if no one told me? And there are people in this City Hall building right here who I am absolutely certain knew and did not share the information. And certainly the World Games LOC, I mean, y'all knew, but the City Council that has to approve this, and all the people that are going to run again are going to have to explain their way out of this. And we deserve some respect. And we didn't get any. We didn't get any. And if any of you feel respected, raise your hand. But I don't feel respected because we were kept in the dark. And when I found out about this, it was accidental, and Dr. O'Quinn had to inform me that no, the LOC representatives did not come to just kindly give us 3 medals and a Vulcan. There was just one other little thing that I missed out on. So I just had, I never went to sleep last night thinking about this. And I just had to get it off my chest so that maybe tonight I can go to sleep. And so when all the dust is settled, I want to see all this $5 million worth of receivables. I want to actually see them with my eyes and touch them with my hands. And now I can deflate or something.
Thank you, thank you, Mrs. Zapp. Mike is Mr. Sellers. You'll be able to answer that question.
Yes, ma'am. Thank you, Council President. Councilor Abbott, to you and to this entire body, I want to apologize personally. I should have personally, as the CEO, communicated more effectively, directly to you during these times. I know we're here to talk about the services that we are going to be providing, and rest assured we will ensure that we provide real value, $5 million at least worth of value to this council to ensure that the best practices, the data, all of the information will help provide incremental value to everything this city does going forward. But you raised a salient point, and I'd like to speak to it, and that is, when did you know? How did you know? How did we get here? And if I may very quickly, I want to ensure that I state the record on this. This was, as you know, as we all know, this was a $75 million original budget bid. Up until the end of 2021, we really believed as an organizing committee we could do this for around $60 million. And we were tracking $57 million in real revenue, almost $30 million of that from the sponsorships alone. The pandemic hit, we got into the early part of this year. It became clear in May when we lost some sponsors at roughly $2.5 million, and there was still an international COVID restriction in place until mid-June. We didn't expect that. That 200,000 tickets we were expecting to sell, many of which internationally, were not going to materialize, and we had to recalibrate downward from 7 million to 4 million in ticket revenues. That was a $6 million hit. We were expecting 57 million. That's where we ended up at the $51 million. We communicated that. I communicated that to our board, to our constituents, and publicly. There is news accounts of us stating we are going to have a gap. We didn't know it was going to be where we ended up. We still expected a lot of walk-up and a lot of ticket sales, and we had those. Unfortunately, we didn't realize the international and the regional ticket sales that we would have hoped, and it's a fine line. As you know, when you're marketing an event, you have to be careful that we wanted people to continue to come. We had made those investments. The contracts were in place by the time we really heard from the airport that they weren't seeing the demand and pickup that we were expecting. I just wanted to state, though, I should have continued to communicate in more specificity to you and to the members of this council that level of detail. We communicated there was a gap. We were
Excuse
expecting
me,
a gap.
Mr. Sellers, if you just
Yes, ma'am.
allow me.
Thank you.
For the members of the public, if you would please silence your phone. This is a very important meeting to us. There's some distracting noise that is not allowing us to be able to listen and to concentrate. So if you would please silence your phone, or I'd have to ask you, if you won't silence it, we'd like to ask you to leave so that we not have that distraction. Go ahead, Mr. Sellers. Thank you.
Council President, thank you. That was it. I just wanted, I know we have spoken many times through these games, and we've all been in this for what is best for this community. Many of us, as you know, on this staff, took no compensation from this. We were on loan from our companies to help execute on these games. We had every intention of executing what we believed and what we know was a first-class event. Again, the pandemic no one could have expected. We thought we would be out of it by this summer. There were spikes both here, as we all know, and around the world that created the challenges that we faced.
Thank you. Councilors, any other questions? Councilor Williams.
Thank you. Mr. Sellers, if you'll just hold up 1 second. Thank you, and thank you for your team for being here. I kind of want to walk down what is the path forward if this council does not approve this contract and you are not subsequently able to raise whatever your delta is. What is your path forward, and what are those options, and what does that look like?
Councilor, hold on, Mr. Sellers, before you answer that question. Yes. City Attorney, would you remind us what is before us today?
Right. Before us today is a contract for new services, and I would also like to recommend that we go into executive session pursuant to 3625A7, A3, and 4 to discuss potential litigation and security.
So moved.
Second.
All in favor, let it be known by saying aye.
Aye.
All opposed.
All right, thank you, councilors. At this time, we will go into executive session. It is now, my watch says 11:15. If we could just recess for at least 15, 20 minutes. I don't know when to put a time frame on it, but we could recess and we'll come back. Thank you. At this time, we will reconvene. Madam Clerk, will you call the roll?
Yes, ma'am. Councilmember Abbott.
Present.
Councilmember Clark.
Present.
Councilmember Moore.
Good morning. Is it still morning?
Councilmember
Present.
O'Quinn.
Present.
Councilmember Tate.
Present.
Councilmember Williams.
Present.
Councilmember Woods. President Pro Tem Smitherman.
Present.
And Council President Alexander.
Present. Thank you. At this time, we have returned from executive session. I just want to let you know no votes were taken, and we did not take any action as far as making any decisions through our executive session. At this time, I do want to go back. We had a question on the floor by Councilor Williams. And Councilor Williams, I want to start back with you.
All right. Thank you, Madam President. To the Birmingham World Games Organizing Committee, I'd like to make a statement more so than a question, and then Mr. Sellers, if you or your team has a statement to follow it, it's more than welcome. But I want to talk about the ramifications that having the Birmingham Organizing Committee file for bankruptcy mean, not only for the city of Birmingham, but for the region as a whole. Several years ago, Jefferson County filed for bankruptcy, and at the time, before Orange County was the largest municipal government bankruptcy in the United States. That bankruptcy has cost this region not only economic development, but it has cost the taxpayers, many of whom's median income is less than the average for the country, in very exponential ways. Bankruptcy hurts this region. Bankruptcy hurts this city. Recognizing that you guys are not a government entity, so it is different. Having another bankruptcy, in my mind, will directly impact the city's ability to file for warrants or issue bonds down the future, giving the market a comfort that Birmingham will pay its obligations, especially on the heels of one of the largest municipal bankruptcies in the United States. I think that that's my statement in whole. The importance of not filing for bankruptcy, and that's to Mr. Sellers and his entire team. And so I think that I'm going to leave my statement as that, so I don't get in trouble with our city attorney.
Thank you, Mr. Williams. Councilors, we still have discussion open on this item. I don't see any speakers that request to speak, so just let me know if you'd like to speak. You go ahead, just raise your hand. We're good. Thank you, Councilor Moore.
Thank you, Madam President. I guess my concern was, just making sure that, we wouldn't find ourselves, or what could we do to insulate ourselves so that we wouldn't find ourselves in this position again. I think that, the community is very concerned about, our local vendors and making sure that they are well taken care of, but also making sure that, their neighborhoods are also taken care of, that things within their communities are addressed as well. And so I would just like to make sure that, we as a council, for future events or opportunities, ensure that we do everything that we need to do to make sure that we don't find ourselves here again, and make sure that we take care of our people.
Thank you, Councilor Moore. Any other councilors? Councilor Quinn.
Yes. So I had a question specifically about the fund balance reserves. If our financial officers or whatever could just kind of lay out the background information, how did the fund balance reserve come about? Why do we maintain that money? How much is in it? How do we manage that money? How much in dividends does it earn annually? Just provide the context for using that as a funding source for this contract.
Yes, sir. Dr. O'Quinn and to Madam President and Council, what I'll do, actually, I'm just setting it up to speak more broadly, but I will allow Chief Mitchell to speak more in detail about the General Reserve Fund. You know, we have several accounts. You all just passed our general budget, started July 1, so we've only been in it almost 60 days. We have a rainy day account. We have the General Reserve. And of course, we have these ARPA dollars that have been approved. We got our second tranche. And so from that standpoint, it was a recommendation to do this out of our General Reserve. Not out of the budget you just passed July 1. So it's not coming from there. Those go to take care of city services and city personnel and day-to-day operations. Not of our rainy day account, because that's more attached to the market. We know fluctuations in the market, where the market is volatile, etc. Then there's ARPA dollars, where each of your concerns, whether you've received it directly from a constituent or a neighborhood officer, of priority for neighborhoods. We want literally the majority of that money to be pushed out into continued services for neighborhoods as well as revitalization efforts. That leaves the General Reserve account, which I will let Mr. Mitchell speak to address your direct question.
Chief.
Madam President, okay. So, Dr. Quinn, to answer your question, from our last audited statement that we presented to the council back in, maybe July. So at the end of those fiscal year 2021, June 30th, we had a fund balance of a little bit over $173 million. What we presented to the council at that time, we had a surplus that was kind of averaging around $53 million. And of that $53 million, we took $40 million out of that surplus that we used to go through basic city service, where we provided, employees with 5% cost of living increase and the trash cans that were approved today. So of that amount, that left a balance of around $13 million that's still out of that same surplus that was presented to this council at the end of our 2021 fiscal year budget ending. And these are audited numbers. So that's why we were comfortable with making this recommendation to the council.
And just the reason this fund balance reserve exists is because our city policy is that we maintain a certain operating balance. That's what this is for, that if stuff were to hit the fan, we would have money to continue operating.
To make everybody back aware of what the policy states, so we try to keep almost 2 months of fund balance reserve in our reserves. So if you take our $515 million budget, that little calculation is probably around $80 million that we need to just have cash on hand, just in case of something, natural disaster may happen, or something of a nature that we will need to go into that fund and not touch our other reserves. So like I said, with the spending of the surplus and the money that was already allocated, that was in the fund balance reserve that we have built over the years, it's over the amount that's actually recommended for the fund balance reserve.
Right, and so that balance, unlike our rainy day fund, none of this money is encumbered by investments or anything. It's not producing dividends or anything like that. We just have that as liquid assets that we can put to work if needed.
So that's two separate funds that we're talking about. So the Birmingham fund is what the sale from the proceeds of the Birmingham Waterworks fund. So those funds sits in an account that yields funding based off of how the stock market and bonds are allocated and going on a daily basis. Of course, that fluctuates because depending on the market value and what's going on with the stock market.
Got it. Thank you.
Thank you, councilors. Council Pro Tem.
So I've gotten this question in a neighborhood meeting about the economic impact and how this will be poured back into our 99 neighborhoods. I think that's a big question maybe the public has, because with big events, that's kind of part of the reason why we bring big events to the city, to have a boost in revenues to help move this city forward, not only on a sports level, but to help our people as well. So can you kind of talk about that, either Mayor Whitman or maybe Nick Sellers?
Yes, ma'am. That is a very fair question. That is one I look forward to not only providing this council in detail, but to the entire public. 30 days out, we don't actually have the hard, tangible numbers yet, what the actual economic impact was. Any number today would be I wouldn't even say an estimate, be more of a guesstimate. But I'm confident that number will be hard, and we will have that number before the month of September is over. And my expectation is that those who have that hard number on our behalf, I stand alongside them and present it to this council as well as present it to the public what the actual economic impact was. Now let me give you my projection. I do believe it will be positive. I do believe it positive, and I do believe it will be a high number on what we were actually able to net via tax dollars. And there's an expectation that those tax dollars go back into the city. So for example, we know that back in 2018, this body approved the dollars to go towards a new stadium, as well as the refurb of Legacy Arena. We agreed that we would create a neighborhood revitalization fund from that, and that revenues netted from that area would go back into neighborhoods. That commitment is still there. That commitment is still solid. So, for example, we know 2 of the biggest events of that 10 days was the opening ceremony and the closing ceremony. So being in a position to assess what was produced, what happened at those restaurants, et cetera, that we want that money to go back into not only that fund, but disperse back out to neighborhoods.
And I just have a request that's given to us either at committee of the whole or maybe even at city council meetings, so that not only we know, but the public knows as well. I just know there have been things in the news that maybe the hotels didn't get the profit they thought. So I want to make sure that people know that this was really a success for us as far as revenue-wise. Thank you.
Very fair. Yes, ma'am.
Thank you. Councilor Clark.
Thank you, Madam President. I think related to Councilor Smitherman's question, I'd like to make sure in our economic impact analysis, we're really careful to quantify all of the many ways that it costs the city to participate. Any fees that were paid, we had staff involved for years, and then we had special event and overtime pay and a lot of in-kind services. We had infrastructure improvements. Just in my short time on the council, we've approved so many direct expenses that were not, cash paid to the World Games, but they were cost impacts of hosting that I don't feel like I have a good sense of, how much we really spent on it. So I hope that all of that will go into the analysis. I think the World Games was just, it was an incredible feat. I worked on the Olympic program in 1995, preparing to be a soccer venue, and it was just an enormous effort to just host one event and a few practice venues. So to host something that was so sustained over so much time, in a time when our city labor was so thin, and so then to have to divert services from our citizens, I think that was another cost that we should acknowledge the citizens for enduring. The limited services getting even thinner during the time of the World Games. I feel like it was very successful and beneficial to this community to do an event of this magnitude. I feel like we've celebrated a lot, but we haven't really looked at all the things that did not go well, and that we do need to do a better examination of, some of the people who were harmed through this effort, like the vendors who participated in the World of Opportunity, who felt like, they weren't in a position to see traffic or or have opportunities to sell their wares. So I know there's some reparations for that, but I think we need to really examine that and see what we can do better in that regard going forward. And I guess my question to the World Games is, in light of this phase that you're in, trying to raise capital to retire debts and close, when do you anticipate dissolving this entity based on where you are?
That's a question to Mr. Sellers
Yes.
and the team.
Councilor Clark, we will continue on through the fourth quarter of this year with a lot of wrap-up. Obviously, with the International World Games Association, we'll have a final COCOM or coordinating committee meeting where we do a deep dive analysis. We're in that process right now with a company called Quantum that's doing a lot of the analysis, both for the World Games Association and for the organizing committee. We would expect that we will totally wrap everything up by the end of Q1 or in Q2 of next year.
Do you have to pay that company?
Ma'am?
So do you have to pay them?
That was a contractual obligation of the IWGA at the original component of it. And it was a shared payment between the IWGA and the organizing committee.
So that's, Madam President,
Yes.
separate and apart, but I will add, based on your request, there is an economic impact analysis that's underway. We expect to have that back in September. Based on your question to him, which is, I think, technically like a third request, is that there's an analysis going on about all the things that happen. That's standard every 4 years, closeout for all World Games. No different than the Olympics, same closeout. Takes some months. Your second one was about costs. I think that cost was attached to labor. And so if you're okay, I just think that has to be separate. I'm unaware of economic benefit analysis being incorporated with the cost of labor, et cetera, et cetera. So we will do that. It will just be separate.
Thank you, councilors. At this time, we're ready for the vote. I do want to say that, did you have something? I apologize. Councilor Woods?
Thank you, Madam President. I did want to say, one thing I'm disappointed in has been I don't think we've adequately shared enough information with the public about some of the things around the deficit with the World Games and how, we as a city potentially could assist or move that forward to try to close that gap. And so personally, I would like to see this item delayed at least a week to rectify that. But zooming out a little bit, really, at the end of the day, the World Games, I think, was special. As a kid from Birmingham, to literally see something like this in my hometown was special. Something that, I think we'll always remember. I know I will. I have a high level of appreciation for all the city employees that had to put in a ton of time to make this happen, as well as the World Games Organizing Committee for that time and hours that they had to put in to make this happen. And so, but at the end of the day, I think there's a lot of frustration, and I don't like to say never, but I rarely ever make emotional decisions, but there's a lot of frustration, I think, that was created, whether it's an attempt to minimize the council or mislead, or just if it was a disrespect thing. I don't think that we were shared the most accurate information at the time. I know we met here in February, and we're kind of giving some numbers, and nobody ever came back behind that and said things have changed, things have shifted, and then the post meeting we had just kind of after the World Games, kind of talking about some of the things that happened. It sounded like there was some time in between the game starting and the meeting we had here at Committee of the Whole in February to update the council, especially knowing that we would have to be in this position making this decision, and like I said, I'll put I feel at the beginning of this, but I feel like we got the information last, and I feel like people were in position to share that information with us. But I think this is a lot different conversation prior to the World Games, being able to, and I think even zooming out further, I mean, it feels like a trust issue. I don't know, if you didn't have trust in the city, I mean, it transfers to us, and how we share information with the public. Like, we have to be able to trust the public, with truth and be able to share with them what we're dealing with, and be honest and be able to this is what we have to do to fix this, but we need to be able to share, what we're doing and why. And when we're in the dark, we're in a terrible situation because we're out there on a weekly, a daily basis telling residents what we believe is the truth. And then we'll have to go back and clean some stuff up, because we had conversations when, and I know there was a gap between February and July, and I know some things changed on the ground. My frustration is that we weren't read into that. And so 100% appreciate, the task that you guys had on your plate as far as trying to execute on this and get it across the finish line. I know that had to be at the top of your priority list, but does definitely create some frustration in being, at least on some level, intentionally left in the dark. I feel like even some of the, the vendors, the vendors that kind of got left out, I think that was, happened in a way to put the most pressure on the council as possible. And I think I'm kind of couching this in all these conversations that I'm constantly having with residents. I literally had a budget meeting probably about 3 weeks ago, our annual budget meeting with the district, and explaining to them, how tight this budget is, and where all of this $515 million is going, and why we can't do another $150,000 for sidewalks, or why we can't add in another $5 million for road paving. And so we got to fix the trust issue. And so, we have to be able to explain to them, why we're doing it. I try to do the best I can with that, and this just, like I said, puts us in a really bad situation, because people are asking for things like, whether it be additional litter crews, whether it be more code enforcement inspectors, whether just like things that, are probably in our power to do. And a lot of times, it's a financial, at the end of the day, it's finite resources, tons of stuff that needs to get done with those finite resources. So there are some, some rubs there, but, when they see how quickly, we can come up with $5 million, that creates a level of frustration. And it's a level of frustration that I've listened to. I mean, because I take all the phone calls. I'll let people fuss, yell, vent as long as they want to. I was in a neighborhood meeting last night till about 9:15, 9:30, letting people, express themselves. And so that at the end of the day, we're the most forward-facing. I think the mayor's in that category too. But we get hit with any and everything. And it's frustrating for the information to be available and not bring us into the loop, because there were better solutions, I think, to this problem. And I think that's, and I feel like it may have been a trust thing where, maybe didn't feel like you could bring that to the council. But my thing is, in order to most effectively serve this city, the residents have to have faith in us. They have to believe that we are taking what they want and trying our best to execute on it, and that we're telling them the truth when we come up short, and when we can't give them what they want. And in order for them to trust us, we have to be giving them correct information. If they feel like we're not, because they're not going to see it as you didn't know. They're going to see it as you should have known. And I don't have a good answer for that. And so that's the truth. But, just getting back on the World Games piece, I think the underlying tone or underlying theme from a lot of residents is they feel, because they're not getting some of those things that they want in their neighborhoods, they see this as a World Games versus the neighborhood type discussion. And, that's not the case. But we haven't done a good job of expressing that prior to like taking up an item like this. And so I think we got to even do a better job ourselves of, it's not an either or thing. We got to do economic development. We got to take big shots. We got to continue to grow our city. I think, administration has done a good job of pushing us and putting us in good positions, but we can't allow this narrative of this thing we're trying to reach for in your neighborhood or at odds. It's not either or. And so I think just communicating that better, is going to help us build trust. But, I think my colleague, Councilor Williams, kind of talked about the bankruptcy aspect of it. And that's probably one of the worst possible outcomes, honestly. When you look at this thing from a 360-degree perspective, that is probably that's the worst outcome. There is one outcome worse, and that would be us basically, spending $5 million on these services and then not getting to a point of full solvency. And so, or to say that in a better way, us putting in $5 million and then they still have a bankruptcy situation. And so, my thing is, I guess just to kind of sum up my thoughts, as a business owner and understanding how like our budget is funded, largely on the success and growth of our business community, it puts us in a situation where I'll speak for myself, puts me in a situation where, I think that the business community having confidence in the city that, we're not going to leave you hanging, like we depend on you. The better you do, the better we do. I think that puts us in a weird situation. And so, I do want to do all I can to help the business community in the situation, but also balancing the responsibility of being fiscally responsible and sitting in this chair. And so, for me, I would like to do a couple of things. One, delay this a week, give a little bit more forward-facing information to the public so they can understand this and what's going on and why. I think one of the things, even at the neighborhood meeting last night, when I was explaining to the neighborhood residents what was going on, a lot of them were supportive. Like a lot of them were like, they enjoyed the World Games. They understood what it meant to the city. And so from my point of view, we have got to trust the residents with the truth. And the second thing I want to do, and this is probably the more important piece, would be to look at the agreement and or separate item 28, which would probably be the easier path, and add some language there that makes our $5 million contingent on additional commitments. And so, like I said, my biggest fear in this situation is funding this $5 million and then still experiencing the worst case scenario, which in this case is bankruptcy. And so, I guess I'll move for a 1 week delay, and if we're able to do that, then I think we can accomplish the second thing that needs to be done. So at this time, I'll move for a 1 week delay.
If you'll hold on to that 1 second, you did raise some questions. Mayor Whitman.
Madam President, before you or any of your colleagues respond, let me first take the time to say thank you to each of you. Let me express my appreciation for what I would say what our Dean of the Council, Ms. Abbott, started, and with your colleagues, Clinton Woods, pretty much put a bow on. I know each of you. The 10 of us play team very well together. We communicate with each other very well. We don't pull punches. We're honest. We're direct. We get it out how we feel, what we think, what we desire, what we want. And I'm aware and I know each of you enough to know this sucks. I know you don't have a desire to actually want to give this contractual service of $5 million towards the organizing committee. I know that. I know that because I feel the same way you feel. There is frustration, there is concern, there is a lot of feelings. I also think within that, over the more than 2 weeks now, there has been some conversation that the organizing committee has sat down with each of you individually. That there has been ample conversation, that not just in person, but in email, not just in email, but in text and other forms of communication, your questions have been answered. We wouldn't have gotten this far to present this before you at a public meeting, but for the solving questions. That doesn't take away how anybody feels or how you will vote. I do also want to express the external, sincere pressure that I think is very fair. Neighborhoods and issues in neighborhoods, and this being a representative form of government, what residents share with you, what neighborhood leaders share with you, which we all agree with around city services. Just a short reminder that the budget you just approved, monies for public safety, monies for public works, monies for city infrastructure, combine all of those things, along with the surplus and general fund budget, $15 million in paving roads, the highest police budget ever presented, more money for public works, etc. That we have more of a manpower than putting money towards the things we say we care about problem. There's another reminder from a time standpoint, 30 days out. I know each of you has some high interests, whatever, separate from what we do with our contractual services towards this organizing committee. But each of you has some interest in community related to small business owners. It's a synonym. You can use vendor if you want. But there are other organizations that exist that are being asked for resources, and they're seeing what the city going to do. And I think a delay hurts that process, and even more hurts the people you say you want to help. Now, in my conversations with each of you, I'm comfortable saying this out loud, Madam President. I think Clinton Woods, your colleague, should vote no today, and I would prefer you all not to delay this. And please vote your conscience. Thank you.
Thank you, Mayor Woodfin. I know we have the request from Councilor Woods before us, and he can put that in a motion, a counter motion, if he gets the second to go with this. I do just want to remind us that when we think about the World Games and what we're about to consider, every relationship is either successful or it's an opportunity to live and learn. And I know that what's grappling the 9 of us, the 10 of us today, is what we've gone through with the World Games. Well, we've all came back, and following the World Games, we all rallied in what we felt was a great success for our city. But now we have what is before us today, and the ordinance and the resolution that is trying to give us other data, give us other information as we move forward. So I really want us to think hard on this opportunity now to live and learn, and make this truly a opportunity for a learning lesson. As other events like this come before us, how as a council we consider those to protect our residents, to protect our people that are doing business with us. All of that is very important to us. So what I'd like to, you can offer a counter motion. for the delay, but here's what I want to ask you, Counselor.
Let me.
When you ask for the delay, let me ask you a question.
Let me.
I want to ask you because I need to ask. I need to ask you this. You're asking for a delay for what you said, 1 week delay. What is you want to get more information before us, or I'm just asking you, what do you want us to accomplish in that week delay?
Right. Like I said, this time I'm going to withdraw that motion for 1 week delay. I think hearing the mayor's comments, I think there's some wisdom in needing the city to signal, what we're looking at. I do think there is a need to, and this might be something we can take a recess and take care of, but amend the language in this resolution and in this agreement that makes this funding contingent on additional commitments. And so I'll rely on legal to help, put that into, a better form and string of words. But I think that would better, put us in a better situation. I think that gives the World Games Operating Committee, some more leverage to go out and continue to raise funds and generate revenue. Like I said, this is a pretty bad situation all the way around, or I won't say bad situation, but difficult situation all the way around. And so there's no great answers. There's no slam dunks on this one. So I think if we could make those amendments, I feel like we would have something that hopefully everybody could be on the same page with.
Madam President, I think that is a very fair request.
I'm going to agree, and that's why I wanted to go back and ask you what you were actually asking us for. So if we could entertain a motion to recess, councilors, to allow administration to go back to this document.
Motion to recess for 30 minutes.
Second. All in favor, let it be known by saying aye.
Aye.
All opposed.
Thank you. My watch has 12:40.
I'm going back in the room. I literally said.
We have a public safety meeting that's coming up at 1 o'clock as we recess. So, all right, and we also have an administration committee meeting. So the chairs, we will work on those, but we'll come back at, we'll take 30 minutes, please. So that'll be 1:05. I call back to order the meeting of the Birmingham City Council. Time is now 1:49 on August 23rd. Madam Clerk, if you'll call the roll.
Yes, ma'am. Councilmember Abbott.
Present.
Councilmember Clark.
Present.
Councilmember Moore.
Present.
Councilmember O'Quinn.
Present.
Councilmember Tate.
Present.
Councilmember Williams.
Present.
Councilmember Woods.
Present.
Council President Pro Tem Smitherman.
Here.
And Council President Alexander.
Present. Thank you very much. Councilors, we had recessed at a point. There had been a request for us to go back and make some amendments and changes to the resolution that was before us. And so I will ask the Office of the City Attorney if you will guide us through those changes.
You all can please turn to page 7, paragraph 20, under the termination and suspension section. In the event of termination pursuant to paragraph 20B3, the city shall assume the role of a secured creditor of the data and other assets contemplated by this agreement. And if you turn to page 13, under the scope of services, the reporting will also be required under data and delivery. The city's designated contact to also include but not be limited to the council president regarding data interpretation and integration.
Thank you, Mrs. King. We did have a motion and a second where we were considering both of the items. I believe it's 28 and 29. The city attorney has read those changes, and we are open for discussion. Any questions regarding these changes? All right, councilors, we're ready for the vote.
Okay, the vote has started. Councilor O'Quinn.
Yes.
All right, thank you very much. Both of those items passes. I thank you, councilors. We appreciate Mr. Sellers and your team. Thank you, Mr. Mayor, for bringing this request to us. I thank you, councilors. I know today has been a long one. I do know that it continues our commitment to our neighborhoods as well as to the city of Birmingham. So we thank you all. At this time, councilors, I don't know if any of you have any comments in the lieu of time. We will be able to put those comments up, but if any councilor has a comment, I think Ms. Clark, you had asked.
Yeah, I had a guest here with Orville Eiffel from the Jazz Hall of Fame, but he was jet lagged. He had traveled from Japan, and so they left. So I'm good. Thank you.
Thank you. Councilor Moore?
Yeah, I just had one thing, and I wanted to make sure that I asked the mayor. I know we had an opportunity to talk to code enforcement, municipal court, the community resource officers, city attorney's office, several folks, just really trying to figure out how we can, work together to do a better job at addressing some of our ordinances and making some examples of some folks that are repeat offenders. And so wanted to know if we had set a meeting to be able to meet with any of our neighborhood officers about that.
Yeah, so first off, Madam President, thank you, Councilor Moore. You, along with a few other people, have been a part of a series of meetings we've been having where we bring all the departments together that touch, I guess, multiple issues. In this case, all the people that touch code enforcement, so PEP, Public Works, and various other departments. Recall, recall that previously we've had a town hall style meeting with neighborhood officers. What Councilor Moore is referring to is time to do that again. That first time we did it, the single topic was literally about trash, refuge, cameras, litter and illegal dumping related to that single issue. What he's referring to now is some of the issues that touch municipal court, Department of Public Works, PEP, where you have people who end up in environmental court, whether it's an inoperable vehicle or whether it is, I'm trying to think, things that are in code violation, basically. it's time now to have another one of those meetings. So we had an original idea date of September 15th, but I understand, I think several of you all will be out of town. So that doesn't work. And we haven't found a second date. We were looking at the 14th of the 22nd, but we need to get with leadership. I think my admin and their admin were talking, and I wasn't in the loop on a lock date. But I know there's some conversation about locking that date down in September, contingent upon council schedule, so we can communicate that to the neighborhood officers across the city.
Thank you.
Yes, sir.
All right, thank you, Councilor. Councilor Abbott?
Yes, ma'am. I would just simply like to announce that the Planning and Zoning meeting that was scheduled for tomorrow, August 24th, is canceled, and that our next meeting will be September 14th at 3:30 here in the chambers. Thank you.
Thank you, Mrs. Abbott. Dr. O'Quinn?
Yeah, just a couple of quick comments, and I'm sorry that our guests have stepped out for a moment. And I think there was a lot of honesty, expressed today, and obviously a lot of things that we need to work on. But I do want to just take a step back and say that the World Games was absolutely a success for the city of Birmingham. Nobody can take that away from us. It was a tremendous feat, and I commend the organizing committee for, being able to pull it off. I don't want that to get lost in today's conversation that, this was a monumental task by any estimation, and they did it successfully, and they should be commended for that. And the other, thing to keep in perspective is that it's not over. The way I look at it is that the World Games was just a tool to level the city up, to advance our game, to increase our income earning potential. And that didn't stop on July 17th. That we have to keep building on that. And I think the action, that we took as a council today continues that effort. And I just wanted to say, that even though there were a lot of, feelings expressed and, some of the shortfalls discussed, that on the whole, it was still a very successful event, and we need to continue building on that and moving forward.
Thank you, Dr. O'Quinn. Councilor Woods?
Thank you, Madam President. I wholeheartedly agree with what Councilor Quinn's hitting on. I think, what the city of Birmingham accomplished is incredible. But at the same time, I think we also have to be able to have hard conversations and disagree. And thank Madam President for your leadership for creating an atmosphere where we can do that. And everybody still be speaking to each other afterwards. So thank you. Also, a couple announcements. Tomorrow, August 24th, from 9 a.m. to 11 a.m. at Archwell Health. James Spann is coming to District 1. He's going to be talking about weather preparedness. And so that's the Archwell Health, which is a healthcare facility kind of geared towards seniors. And so definitely from 9 to 11, if you're available, go out, get a chance to meet the great James Spann right here in District 1. Also on Saturday, August 27th, 8 a.m., Be Litter Free Cleanup continues. So we'll be meeting at Calvary Resurrection Christian Church. That is going to be 356 Kilo Springs Road. Got rained out last week, so picking back up this week. So definitely come out and contribute and find ways to make the impact you want to see in your community. So just want to invite everybody out, and thank you.
Thank you, Councilor Woods. Councilor Tate?
Thank you, Madam President. I just want to, echo what Councilor Woods has stated. Councilor Quinn eloquently put it. I just think going forward, it's a learning tool for all of us to make sure that somebody's at the table when we have these events. and so we won't be blindly left out. We can get some sharp people, in leadership and in this city, to help, shape things and move things in the order that they need to be moving in. So I just want to, just put that out there for this body that, going forward, we need to have some people at the table. But my announcements are Dolomite neighborhood meeting will be tonight, 6 p.m. They will meet conference call. The dial-in number is 602-580-9525. The access code is 3789426. Fountain Heights neighborhood meeting will be tonight at 6 p.m. in person at the Fountain Heights Rec Center located at 1105 5th Avenue North. And Inn and Ridge neighborhood will meet Thursday, August the 25th, and that's 5:30 on Zoom. The next public safety meeting will be at 1 p.m. on September the 27th. You can submit your agenda items to Brandon McCray no later than Thursday, September the 8th at 1 p.m. So Central Pratt neighborhood is hosting their Community Fun Day. They want you to bring your lawn chairs, your tents, your gazebos. It's going to be at the House Sanford Rec Center at 320 Avenue D, Birmingham 35214. So it's Saturday, August the 27th from 10 a.m. to 2 p.m. Thank you, Madam President.
Thank you. Council Pro Tem?
Thank you, Madam President. I guess District 6 will be with District 1, having a cleanup this Saturday. Starting at 9 o'clock, we will meet at the First Baptist Church of Mason City that is located at 2020 13th Place Southwest. We will be partnering with the Black Warrior River Keepers. Also, the next PIC meeting will be Tuesday, September 6th at 2, and the next Budget and Finance meeting will be Monday, September 26th at 3:30 p.m. in the council chambers. And you can submit your submissions to laquita.wilson@birminghamal.gov. Also, it's supposed to be a rainy week. Make sure you kind of remember all the things the 10 of us have kind of been talking about. If you see a big puddle or a big body of water, please do not drive through that because you'll probably get stuck. If you need to move your cars, do that. Just protect yourselves during this week. Thank you.
Thank you, Council Pro Tem. For District 7, there are no neighborhood association meetings scheduled this week in District 7. The administration committee meeting that was to have been held at 2 o'clock, it has been canceled and it will be rescheduled at another time. We do have a neighborhood cleanup on Saturday, August 27th. That'll be the Germania Park Neighborhood Association. They will be cleaning up starting at 9 a.m. The meetup will be at South Park Baptist Church, 2341 Pearson Avenue Southwest. I do want to thank the neighborhood president, Ms. Gibson. Also want to thank Park and Rec. Go over and look at Germania Park. We're making some big changes over there, and I think that the residents would be very pleased doing some upgrades. So I do want to thank Ms. Eddins with Park and Rec Board, as Park and Rec Department, as well as Ms. Gibson. And more is to come, but we'd like for you to see a preview, and we will have a big grand opportunity for everybody to go out and see that. Don't forget the Federal Affordable Connectivity Program. Be sure to sign up if you are in need of want to be sure that we have all the tools available for your children to succeed in school. Just a reminder, we need to stay hydrated. It is 2022 Winona High School Grand Alumni Reunion Week. Pace yourselves. We have a lot of different activities going on, but just, we're going to have fun and we're going to have a safe time. I do want to thank the councilors, want to thank the mayor. I want to thank you, Mayor Woodfin. I had an opportunity to sub in for you this weekend and got to have some great dialogue with some wonderful ladies that had some very important, when we talk about neighborhood revitalization, who had some very important departments here within the city of Birmingham, and that is community development, the land bank, and capital projects. So we had a very great discussion. I asked you to go back and look at that, and there's a lot of information that we really want our residents to have about each of these departments and how important they are, again, to neighborhood revitalization. And I do want to thank the counselors. When we first started this journey, back when we finally sat down as a group in October, we had our first time to meet with the 10 of us. We talked about the characteristics of a dysfunctional team. And I think one of the things that's said about a dysfunctional team is that you're afraid to disagree. You're afraid of discord. and I truly say this council is not afraid of it. So I want to thank you all for, I do relish the opportunity to work with each of you when we have these hard decisions in front of us. So thank you. Continue that. I want you to all feel that we need to press. It's a lesson learned for us. We need to press, and we need to be sure we're on top of the information, and we're going to expect that information back to us, okay? I want to thank the service today of our officers on duty, Cedric Pinkert, Kiana Suttles, and Clyde Coleman. At this time, councilors, if we could entertain a motion for adjournment. Oh, I'm so sorry, Ms. Clark. Go ahead.
I really cut my announcement short because I thought we were trying to get out of here. But I do want to remind my colleagues and citizens who might be interested in serving on the park board that we are taking applications until August 31st. So you can get those to carmen.mays@birminghamal.gov. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilor Clark. She was so compliant. We all said we were going to cut them a little short. So thank you. Everybody was. Short. Thank you so much. All right, do we have a second?
Second. All in favor, let it be known by saying aye.
Aye, aye. Meeting is adjourned. Thank you all. Thank you. I forgot to thank you. Thank you.
First of all, we're here at Club Duquette, one of the premier retail stores right here in the heart of Woodlawn. I'm standing here with Duquette Johnston, who serves as one of the partners here at this store. I gotta tell y'all, man, they have some of the coolest clothes that you've ever seen. They have some of the coolest events. I just encourage everybody to come to Woodlawn, come check out the store. Like I said, I'm standing here with Duquette Johnston, and I don't know, just tell us a little bit about the store and some of the things that you all have been able to do here.
We wanted to be in Woodlawn, first of all, because of the community aspect, the involvement between neighborhood association, business association, and everyone that's around this community. But what we do, we wanted to create a place where everyone can feel welcome, come in, vibe out. We throw big parties when we can, and we carry brands that no one else carries in the state of Alabama. We make design stuff, work with local partners, national partners, international partners, and just try to bring people together in our space, build community.
And so one of the things that I really love about Duquette and his wife is that as many small businesses had to, they weathered the storm of the pandemic. They stayed here. They chose to stay in Woodlawn because of the community aspect. And so just want to take this opportunity to celebrate businesses like Club Duquette because they are the backbone of our city. And so just thankful for him being here. Give us the address so that people know.
1755th Place South in Woodlawn, Birmingham, Alabama.
Man, y'all come get y'all some clothes, man, because Woodlawn is for lovers.
Spot. That's right.
That's right. So good morning, everyone. This is City Councilor JT Moore, and these are your D4 announcements. So first things first, we have 2 cleanup days that are taking place this weekend, this Saturday. One in the Inglenook neighborhood at the Inglenook Rec Center at 7 a.m. And then we're going to make our way over to Stockham Park in Kingston at 9 a.m. to show some TLC to that area as well. And so this week we have our neighborhood association meetings taking place. We have 2 of them, so be on the lookout. The Norwood neighborhood, they will have theirs this Wednesday from 6 p.m. And then we will also have Harriman Park at 4:30 p.m. So if you would like to get more details as to how to be a part of those meetings, when those or where those meetings will take place, please make sure that you visit the Birmingham City Council website, scroll down to District 4, and we will have all the details laid out for you. Also wanted to just give another shout out to Hudson K-8 for the Verizon Innovative School Learning Lab that they had. Man, it was an amazing opportunity, man. I had a really great time, more so just seeing the faces of the young people that were interacting with all this new technology and just their ability to teach adults and to show us what they're doing with it. It's really cool. I think it's going to be a really cool experience for them just to be able to have access and exposure to those things, and it's really going to take their learning to another level. So shout out to the Hudson School as well as Wilkerson Middle School as well, because they also got a Verizon Innovative School Learning Lab as well. So kudos to you all. I got to give a big shout out to to the Woodlawn High School Colonels, whose football team just won the very first game of the season. Shout out to those guys. They went against the Bessemer City Schools and they won. And we are so excited for them. It was an 18-12 victory over Bessemer. And so look, man, let's keep that ball rolling, man. Let's keep these W's coming. So we just celebrate them and are extremely excited about that. And so before we leave, I just got to give a big shout out to 2 new businesses that are opening up right here in the heart of Woodlawn. Of course, everybody knows about Slutty Vegan, and so we want to say congratulations to them. But then we also want to celebrate Polaris, which is a new co-working / event space that is right here in the heart of Woodlawn as well. And so big shouts out to them. And yeah, man, we just D4. We on the move. We growing. We moving. All right. I love it. Let's get it. So I look forward to seeing you all at the next neighborhood association meetings. I look forward to seeing you all at the cleanup days. And D4, we could do more together.